I'll call a meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Lloyd,
Thank you.
you want to add something?
No. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Good thing we had that conversation 2 minutes ago.
On, for 13.6, we can add landfill.
Okay, Dustin's moving the agenda.
Mr. Reeve, just before, if we could remove the RCMP delegation, they will not be coming today.
Delegation at 11 is off the books today. Okay, so one addition and one deletion. Dustin's moving with those two. Vote. Carried. Okay, we are going to go directly into closed session. Richard's making a motion to go in closed. Vote. Robin? Now you're good. Oh, Blaine. Come on, guys. Touch the one button or the other button, not the one in between. That's carried. we'll move on to 13.3.
Actually, we'll stay with 13.2 if we could, Mr. Reeve. I'd like to speak to the IDP, because it's all part of future economic development.
Okay.
And then the shield development.
No, just pause, pause.
Took you that long? Keith, Lloyd. That's carried. Okay, we will go on for 13.1 was the administration recommendation, which is that right there. Do you want to read it out, Les?
The council direct the chief administrative officer to proceed with future economic development priorities, water, as discussed during the closed session.
Okay. Robin's making that motion. Vote. It's carried. 13.2, as per discussed. Everybody's jumping on that one. Oh. Well, hold on. What was the last one we did?
Did 13-2 the last one?
Oh,
That's the water one.
yeah, okay. That's 13.1 we skipped over. There's 13.1.
Oh, I definitely want to move this.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Dustin's moving this. Vote.
That council moves to terminate Cypress County's $67,000 annual funding commitment to Verge Economic Development effective June 1st, 2025, and reallocate the remaining funds to Cypress County's economic development contracted services.
That's good. Vote.
Oh, West Van broke it.
Richard. Yeah, it was broken. That's carried. Which one do we need now? Property rental, and that's, Blaine's moving that. Do you want to read it out, Blaine?
I can do that. The council direct administration to research agricultural services property options and bring back to future meeting as discussed during the closed session.
Perfect, thank you. Vote. It's carried. Committee of the whole date was set for April 7th. Lloyd's moving that.
The council hold a committee of the whole meeting on April 7th, 2025, beginning at 10 a.m. to discuss the future of Dunmore lands.
Vote. That's carried. That's all we needed motions on.
With the last motion.
If I may, with the last motion, with that committee of the whole, I know we have previously discussed, there being other items that could be added to that. How important is it that we have this being defined as for the purpose of the Dunmore lands versus just a committee of the whole meeting with an agenda to be set?
Well, I think this is the main part of it, but if staff feels there's more to put on there, they can put more on there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's the first time I've never got into that part of the meeting. But we'll take a break for lunch. Is lunch here? Les?
Yeah, somebody walked by.
Okay, we'll take a lunch break, come back at 12:30.
No, the only other time that we haven't.
Oh, One back here. Okay, meeting's back in order. Adoption of the minutes. Everybody read them? Lloyd's moving them. Any questions on them? Vote. That's carried. No new business. 7.1. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and rest of council. Based on feedback received from our public hearing, the Tri-Area Working Group has proposed some changes and amendments to two sections within the IDP in front of you. First section attempts to put some parameters around the long-term urban growth area, and the section is the sand and gravel resource area. Two sections would result in sufficient enough policy change where we would recommend a public hearing specifically on those two sections, which could occur at a council meeting with proper advertising. The item before you is that administration recommends second reading of bylaw 2025/01 as it's already been amended. Kayleen Brown here is for some additional details as well.
Thank you, through the chair. Bylaw 2025-01, we previously held a joint public hearing on February 12th with the City of Medicine Hat councils, Town of Redcliffe, and Cypress County councils in attendance. And following some of the feedback that we received at the public hearing, in addition, we've also proposed some text amendments shown in the bylaw draft in blue. Particularly in the City of Medicine Hat long-term urban growth area. There's a clarification inserted that the future development in that area will rely on site services, so being irrigation water, water co-op, and also not putting the pressure on water cooperatives to provide. We've also provided, shown in red, the inclusion of a new policy which inserts parameters concerning urbanization and future annexation. Within the regional heavy industrial area, we've added a clarification and addition for supporting statements surrounding the continued use of the community clubs. And in the sand and gravel resource area, we've proposed to provide opportunity for development once resources are depleted or mined and resources are not attainable in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Robin, you making a motion?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, thank you. Yeah, I will make the motion that we approve this subject to the amendments as well. And I want to thank staff and administration for bringing forward these I think what are subtle but important changes and amendments through this. I think that we had a great open house and public hearing with the 3 municipalities, and I know that we're all grateful for everybody's cooperation to this point. So we can get these last ones done here and we're across the line.
Okay, Robin's moving second reading as amended. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 7.2. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through council, just have an update for you. Canadian Animal Task Force, we have signed an agreement to provide trapping, spaying, and/or neutering, vaccination, and safe release of cats in the Hilda and Schuler area. Program will be running from April 3rd through 6th, and the county will be supporting through social media, posters, and assistance in providing facilities for the spaying and neutering to occur. Have just a quick report attached for you and open to any questions. Not requiring approval, just looking for information for council.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions on it?
No questions, but thanks. That's it. Sure.
Michelle's moving to receive his information.
Yep.
Anybody else? Not seeing anyone? Vote. Keith? Oh. Okay, that's carried. 7.3, Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, through council. Hopefully I created some goodwill in the last item. I have a Dunmore Fire Station budget amendment in front of you here. Council did approve a previous budget amendment on November 19th for a total of $400,000. The construction tender came back as anticipated, but part of that global budget ask that we looked for did not include furniture, fixtures, and equipment, contract management fees, as well as a small contingency of 10%. Now requesting an amendment for an additional $83,336 to the global budget.
Richard?
Not used to this. I'm going to make the motion that we accept that increase. I read it over. It makes sense, and I really want to see this project move forward.
Anybody else have anything to say? Okay, so this is coming out of reserves, but for how are we putting the money back in the reserves? Is it going to come out of next year's budget or?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. You know, we anticipate, I'll bring it to council's attention again about the building condition assessments. And right now, many of our assets, including buildings, are funded through a TCA schedule, which is only based on the historic cost of those assets and not reflective of the cost to replace them today. The prime example could be a fire hall where in 1984 it cost $40,000 to build, where now the expectation of that fire hall is about $2.2 million. So we've only put the $40,000 away from it. Now, moving forward after the building condition assessments and asset management, we will start to fund the buildings at their true replacement cost in the future. And while it'll be significant, that's when that money starts to go back into it. We have the better picture of that. We can also bring back to council a reestablishment of transfer to reserves when we bring back the budget for amendments closer to tax rate bylaw time.
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking. I understand why that reserve is there, and I know it's underfunded, but it's the same as when everybody did the radios that were going to be over 5 years. Well, we took all the money out this year and paid it. Theoretically, that money out of the budget should be for the next 5 years, should go back into that fund to put the money back. We keep taking out of these funds and the money just keeps disappearing. If we don't put the money back, these funds are not going to exist, especially when we know that they're undervalued. So this $83,000 should have come out of a budget for last year for the fire halls. If we're taking it out, should that not come out of their budget next year and be put back into the reserves to keep this reserve filled up? Like, it should come out of the next year's budget, correct? Yeah, but then the money should go back into the reserve.
Mr. Chair, perfect example of the radios. I'll talk about the vehicle and equipment replacement plan. And the vehicle and equipment replacement plan is currently market funded. So when we look at the amount that's in the reserves, we will fund it to make sure that we have the cash dollars to go fund that. And if we've borrowed, I won't say robbed, but if we borrowed from that reserve to make a piece of equipment or purchase a piece of equipment that wasn't previously in the schedule, we will increase the funding automatically through that. For the vehicle and equipment reserve, we funded at what's market replacement. The buildings haven't got on that schedule yet, and that's the difference in this instance. But the radios will 100% be funded and we will have that cash ready to replace them.
Off the, okay.
And through the chair, I don't, in some ways, I feel like I'm confusing the matter, but when we purchased the radios, we hadn't put away money to purchase those radios. However, council determined that those were needed equipment for fire services. So now we're recognizing that when we prepare the vehicle and equipment plan, we will fund, if they need to be replaced in 10 years, the money will go back, and we will have money in place to replace them in 10 years from today.
Okay, that's on the replacement, so we're confusing the two. But the radios, because we took it out, the radios was supposed to be in the budget for the next 5 years, for the fire budget, correct?
That's right.
65,000 or whatever it was a year. But we took it all out this year and paid out of reserves. We bought the radios outright instead of buying so many a year. So next year when that fire budget comes out, that 65,000 that was already in there should go back into that reserve, and the next 4 or 5 years after that to replace that reserve, correct?
Mr. Chair, absolutely 100% correct. The only catch is we haven't taxed and collected for that money to put it in that year. That would be the only difference.
But it was already in the budget, because it was a 5-year budget plan is what we did. We passed a year ago. So that set it for the 5 years, correct?
No. That's correct.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think that we're confusing, that we're funding the reserves some way, which is where you're saying that we haven't received that money yet. And so technically, when the money comes in, it just won't go into the reserve to be spent because it's already been spent on the last year when we bought all of the, if I'm not wrong, because you're not having to replace them each year. You're funding it from the annual income, because you're not taking taxation in and then putting into different reserves. You do that at the end of the year for what the next year and the next year and the next year comes. So we've already spent that money. Everything else that we're doing is just planning on paper right now.
Yes and no, except we spent it all this year. So when just use round numbers. Say we have a $100,000 budget for fire. Out of that 100,000, we had $20,000 put away every year for radios. But this year we spent the $100,000, we took it out of reserves. The reserves are empty. So next year when we have that 20,000 that we've already spent, it should go back into the reserve to replace the money in the reserve that we took out this year. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, yes. So what will happen next year, what will happen in budget this year is 65,000, whatever that number was, will go back into reserves out of the next year's budget to cover I guess the second of the 5 years. On top of that will be the calculation for the long-term replacement of those radios as well. So for a period of the next 4 years, there will be 2 payments to reserves, one to pay back the reserve and one to add to the long-term replacement of that equipment.
That's, yeah. Okay, my fault. I brought those out and I mixed the two up, so I'm.
Yeah, and that's, I just had a short conversation with Dan. It's, we don't, just because we took out, say that this money, it doesn't mean we immediately put it back in, because this is a reserve that we fund every year. And so we take some out, but we have a kind of a predetermined amount based on taxes that will go back in, and that's how we do that. So it's just a same but different. How's that sound?
Yeah, no, that's my fault. I put the two of them together and I shouldn't have. I was trying to make sure that we put the money back for the radios, but I agree with what Richard made the motion up to.
You're making us
Blaine.
think.
Well, I totally understood what he was talking about. I get it totally. And I totally agree with Richard's motion to go ahead with giving this 83,000. But with saying that, we still have to put this 83,000 back into this replacement fund. So where does it come from? Is it going to come from fire services budget, or where is it going to come from? That's going to be my question, because this was a oversight, a variance, whatever you want to call it. But we still got to come up with 83,000 to go back into that fund again.
Take that one.
Through the chair, to Councilor Brost, in the budget deliberations this year, or coming up in later this year, that money will be refunded through transfer to reserves. So it won't come out of a particular department budget. It'll come as a transfer to reserves. From
Well,
taxation.
my question, I just want to know where it's coming from and to go back into that $5 million.
From taxation.
Yeah.
$10 million to.
I think the big thing, Blaine, is when we take and we bring in our taxation, we always have that excess in taxation that goes towards reserves. And some of it's an unallocated expense that we just put into a general reserve. Well, instead of it going into a general, it'll be allocated to this.
I get that, just as long as that's what happens to this $83,000.
Well, if Steve's doing his job, it will.
Okay,
Good discussion.
now that we made that clear as mud, let's move on. Okay. Any more questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote.
It's all his fault.
It always is.
Not to throw you under the bus.
7.4. Oh, that was carried, by the way. 7.4.
Let you get comfortable. Get the clicker. Yeah. Through the chair, I've got Beth Cash joining me, our Economic Development Officer. We've got a short presentation on our draft economic development strategy, and we look forward to that discussion with council.
Thank you, through the chair. So we will be aligning the proposed 2025-2026 economic development strategy. It is a forward-thinking plan designed to drive investment, expand economic opportunities, and position the county as a leader in regional growth. Our vision for Cypress County's economic development is to be a dynamic municipality that attracts investment, supports local business, and promotes a sustainable rural lifestyle while driving growth and regional leadership. We have 3 core values that we've built this strategy off of: agility, ensuring we respond quickly to opportunities; trust, fostering strong partnerships through transparency and reliability; and lastly, future readiness, adapting to meet market needs and position Cypress County for long-term success. We engaged Cypress County businesses. We heard back from about 16% of our registered businesses, and they highlighted lots of opportunities, including, highlighted lots of benefits to doing business in this Cypress County, including the proximity to the urban center, low taxes. They also identified some challenges such as regulatory barriers, workforce, and access to financing. Infrastructure needs such as water was brought up, but businesses also saw a lot of opportunity in sectors such as agri-food processing. We incorporated this into the strategy, as well as feedback we had received from council in a previous economic development strategy. With that, we identified 4 strategic priorities that we built out for this strategy: investment attraction, sector diversification, business retention and expansion, and marketing and branding. So these priorities focus on bringing new investment into Cypress County, and by aligning our efforts strategically within these areas, we can create a more resilient and prosperous economy for the county. To ensure measurable success, each strategic priority is supported by clear objectives and clear action items to help achieve that goal with very clear key performance indicators. So the first one, investment attraction. So the first strategic priority is about positioning Cypress County as a destination for business growth by leveraging our competitive advantages and fostering strategic partnerships. So key initiatives within this include creating a business-friendly regulatory environment, developing an economic development task force to support this work, adding online permitting for our businesses, developing competitive incentives, and implementing a prospecting program with a CRM system to help us track leads and engage potential investors. Additionally, we'll focus on marketing and developing Dunmore Junction as a key economic driver for the region. The next is sector diversification. So sector diversification is really on expanding the industries that complement Cypress County's agriculture and energy strengths. And this includes actively targeting high potential sectors and aligning development with strategic locations to maximize growth opportunities. A key initiative in this is the creation of economic development corridors through municipal development plan amendments, which would leverage key transportation routes such as Highway 1, 3, 524 to attract and support new industries. To drive sector diversification, we've identified 4 key target industries: manufacturing, agri-food processing, logistics, transportation and warehousing, and aerospace and defense. These align with our existing strengths and priorities that have been outlined in the Southeastern Alberta Economic Development Regional Strategy. It's a mouthful. And these also reinforce our commitment to regional collaboration. By focusing on these industries, we can create new opportunities, attract investment, and build a more resilient economy. The third priority is business retention and expansion, supporting the growth and success of local businesses that we have by fostering strong relationships, improving our communication with them, and reducing barriers. So some of the actions in this include updating our systems to track business activity, conducting surveys to gather feedback for decision-making, and actively promoting the businesses that we have. By prioritizing these efforts, we can create a thriving business environment that supports the long-term economic stability and growth of our existing businesses. And lastly is marketing and branding. So marketing and branding is about positioning Cypress County as a premier destination for business and investment through a strong and unified marketing strategy. So this includes engaging a professional marketing agency to complete a rebrand for the county. This would be a multi-year process that would require a financial commitment and also comes with some potential political risk, but the long-term benefits of a stronger, more competitive economy outweigh the challenges, and it would position Cypress County as polished, business-friendly, and enhance appeal to investors. Additionally, we would develop high-quality promotional materials such as investor-focused content, industry-specific resources, and fact sheets to showcase the county's competitive advantages. In summary, this strategy is a bold and forward-thinking plan designed to attract investment, diversify our economy, support local business, and elevate our regional presence. By focusing on the 4 strategic priorities, we can position Cypress County for long-term success and economic resilience. And Joe and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on it? What kind of investment would be in first stepping out and bringing somebody in?
Well, I think we've got a number of opportunities that we've been looking at. Even the trip Beth's about to take here shortly to San Francisco to look at potentially some agri-food investment in the area. But we also do have 2 grants that we're looking at as well. We've gotten one awarded already to drive that investment attraction strategy. So there's just, I think the thing with looking at our strategy as a whole, the number of plans and initiatives, the resource draw is going to be fairly significant for us to try and drive all of these, and they all kind of have to happen together too. So investment attraction happens when we have a good, strong business retention strategy in place and going. It happens when we have talent acquisition and development here in the region. So That was a really non-committal answer.
Yep.
You should be a politician.
Anybody else have any questions?
I used to say that depends. That's what a lawyer does.
Well, I think a lot of work's been put into it, and it's needed. We need something for Cypress County. We're always talking about it, and we haven't moved forward yet, so it's a good positive start. Good job on putting it forward. Al, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Members of the Council. I think one of the keys, and I know Ms. Cash certainly highlighted it, is having a brand that tells people that we're open for business, that we're business friendly, that we want the development. I'm not sure our current, both our brand image, our taglines, et cetera, they talk about tourism as opposed to development. I think that's going to be a fairly lengthy process. Rebranding is not a cheap process, and I think we certainly she did speak in the presentation regarding some of those potential costs. In terms of what that would look like, I don't know today, but we'll be coming forward with some opportunities probably in budget to start talking about what rebranding would potentially look like. It's often quite controversial.
Any other questions? Somebody want to make a motion? Moving it forward then? What's your motion? Number 1 then? Council approves the 2025 Economic Development Strategy as presented. Any questions? Vote. It's carried. 7.5, rural renewal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve and rest of council. We have an application in from the Elkwater Lake Lodge through the City of Medicine Hat, the Alberta Rural Renewal Immigration Stream. This application was received prior to the program being paused, and it is still waiting for processing. Beth, anything more on this one? No.
Okay, so when this application came in, I originally told them that it's in Elkwater and it's the province's area, not ours. That hasn't changed, but the province has kicked it back to say it's our problem. Talking with Mr. Cartwright and with Mr. Hogan, I believe it's the province's problem still. So with me being on this board, I would say, no, we shouldn't move forward with it because I'm not trying to screw up their chances out there, but I believe we're going to get in trouble because of political aspects. We're going to be stepping over some boundaries that we shouldn't be doing. So I kind of told them that before, but the city threw it back on us saying, yeah, you're wrong and this is going forward. But I don't know how else to say it.
Through the chair too, we did get information that the City of Medicine Hat went back to Alberta Parks and Protected Areas, or is that right still? Anyway, they politely stated that it should come back to the county, that they weren't going to accept kind of responsibility to sign off on that letter of support. But the city did attempt to try and get Alberta Parks to step up.
And I guess everybody at the table here knows how it's always bounced back and forth between Parks and us, so.
Imagine that, Parks being uncommittal to anything.
Lloyd?
I'm pretty sure when the ski hill did it, when they had the lodge, they had about 4 or 5 that would come over from the Philippines. And I remember talking to them, and it was through the government, wasn't through the county.
Yeah, I believe the province was the one that filled the paperwork out on that.
Just for clarification, though, potentially because the province operates the ski hill, they would have been more directly involved with that application as well, rather than Elkwater Lake Lodge, which is a private organization.
Michelle?
When the ski hill, I should have said, was private, and the owner was the lodge.
Oh, that's more information.
I was just going to ask, if we say no to this, and then the province still doesn't do it, like, what's going to happen to the lodge? They obviously won't get anything, but is there any way to solve this, basically, is what I'm wondering. Like, if we say no, is that going to look, what's the province going to come back? Are they going to come back and say, well, no, it's your responsibility, you have to do it?
Well, there's two things. That's probably what's going to happen. But the other side of the coin is this program has kind of fallen apart. It's on pause now. The only reason this is coming forward is because these people requested before the pause came in. But this program that we're involved with is almost 2 years behind on their paperwork on putting people forward. I think there's 3 people that went through last year on this rural renewal. 1 was in Bow Island and 2 were in the city of Medicine Hat. And it's like they dropped the allegation of people from, I think it was 900 down to 385. I don't know, guys. Robin?
In the past, we haven't had a lot of utilization of this program through the county. So if there's the ability for it to become something that actually helps, even 3 or 4 more in the county, I say we do it. And I get that Elkwater is kind of a gray area there, but let's err on the side of servicing people that still pay taxes in the county. And what are they going to do? You're going to slap our hands and say, oh no, you shouldn't be doing this. And we'll go, okay, well then you guys do it. Like, if nobody's standing up for them, like, we will. And what's the worst that happens? It's not like this is going to, create a whole bunch of extra work or time. It's a letter. And let's give it a shot and let's see how it goes.
Well, I don't have a problem. If that's what everybody wants to do, I don't have a problem with it. I was going to bring forward, because this is on, that we have to give 6 months' notice to get out of this program. Redcliffe gave their notice. They're coming out of it. It costs us about $12,000 a year to be in here, and we haven't received 1 person as of now. We have had a few apply, but we haven't received anybody for qualification. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, being on this and dealing with it every month and that, seeing how it's gone, I don't believe it's worthwhile for the county to persist and keep spending the money in it. My recommendation would be to give the notice that we're going to come out of it. But in that being said, whatever's prior to this, so if we do okay this and we sign it, they still have to move forward with those. So from the time you give your notice, anything prior to that still stays in the queue if it's in the queue, and they have to deal with it, even if we are out of it. Blaine?
Yeah, I was kind of flipping back and forth on this, listening to everybody, but I kind of have to agree with Robin. And now after you've mentioned, obviously that we've spent the $12,000 to be involved in the program, I don't see no harm in sending the letter for right now of the support, and we can deal with the program going forward. Does that make sense? Or?
Yeah. I just don't want to step on any political toes that all of a sudden we get something back at us saying, why'd you guys do that? It's screw something up in the future from the province. That's the only reason I'm looking at it, because we have had that told to us already. So. But it's what this group feels like. I'm not pushing it either way. Any questions? Or comments? Or a motion? I'll make that motion. Okay. And your motion is? Any questions on it? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Now, I guess we're at this stage right now. I just made the comment, do you want me to bring back more information next time, or should we discuss it since we're already discussing?
Mr. Eve, that would be entirely up to you. If you feel it's worth the discussion today, I would, it's as good today as it would be in a month.
Okay, I'll put it out there that I believe that we should probably step down from this and give our 6 months' notice. I'm not seeing the value in staying with this. Michelle?
Yep, I agree with that statement. I'm not in favor of it. I think we should cancel it.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the chair to administration, like what has our commitment been? Like how long have we been with the program? Has there been any uptake on it at all? Like interestingly enough, I just was speaking to a couple of individuals who are seeking to establish a permanent residency and stay here long-term, and they were referencing this program, and it shared that it had been, put on pause, and they were disappointed about it. It's my first time being exposed to somebody that was trying to utilize the program. So I'm just kind of curious as to, how long we've been a part of it. I do recognize that the majority of the participation, not precipitation, participation has come through the City of Medicine Hat. Just looking, I guess, for a little bit more context in the numbers.
Just over a year we've been involved with it. Like I said, there's 0 numbers that have come through to help anybody for Cypress County. There has been a couple of applications gone forward, but they weren't successful. The program itself, the government just keeps scaling it back. It just... Provincial or federal? Both. Provincial does so many allotments for the province, and the federal gives out so much across Canada, right? It still costs the people money to apply, and I don't see it as a benefit for the people that are applying. I think it's $300 to fill out the application, and people that are seeking this and trying to find it, that $300 is a lot of money to them, and I don't know, I don't want to see it take from people's pockets. I don't see the value in it, and I've been pushing to try and find value I've felt this way about 8 months ago, or 4 months ago, at the 8-month mark, that I knew the town was looking at pulling out. That's why they gave their notice, so I was really taking a hard look at it and trying to find some positives in it. I don't see the positive in it. If there was something there that I thought would help our guys, I would say, no, let's stay in, let's keep going, but I don't see it. I can't help much more than that. That's all I've got. Is there anything else you guys are thinking of that I'm missing that you want to hear about, or?
I would think that if the town of Red Cliff doesn't see any value in it, I'd really question it myself, because that's where you really need some of this labor. So that's my only thought on it.
And the town had a lot more people apply to the program than we did. We had 3, I think, out of the whole area apply. Town had, I can't remember how many the town had, but they had a lot more apply. And they still didn't get any people through the program. Like I said, Bow Island got 1, the City of Medicine Hat got 2. That's a lot of money a year to spend on. It was at Brady down at Economic Development, isn't it? Yeah. Underneath Selena. It's Selena's program down there. But Brady's gone now. I don't think he did the 1 year and he's gone. So, and he was the only one with knowledge. Tracy was brought in from Ontario to run with this, but I don't know how much knowledge she has of it.
So is there anything, do you mind if I ask that? So based on your presentation, and I noticed that the one question that was asked, which is an issue I deal with constantly as well, is what does your access to skilled workforce look like? And it was a 0 or a 1. It was very low. This is a challenge that we've got. And I know that federally speaking, the Prime Minister's office has talked about scaling back on immigration, but it doesn't solve the issue. Saskatchewan, BC, Alberta, in my business alone, I work with companies that 80% of their workforce is from Mexico. Is there a program that replaces this? Is there anything else that is out there? What does it look like? Because the idea of it is not a bad idea. It's the, you know, implementation, whether it's the results that are coming. Like, if you get 30 people applying, you get one person, it's not worth 3 municipalities putting in 50 grand. I get that. That makes sense. I'm just curious as to, this is still tied to an economic development conversation and growth conversation too. So I'm just curious if we're getting rid of something and at least having an option of something else that can potentially assist in some of that.
So all the other options are still out there. The only part of this option was to get the LMOs quicker. LMO? Abbreviations, I can't remember. LMO or LMI, I get them mixed up in there. But it's just one step quicker. So when people apply for it, to get that done, it takes almost a year, year and a half. This was to pre-qualify businesses so that those people could apply and get it within 3 to 6 months, to get them into the rotation, to get the acceptance for the, so it's not stopping the people from still doing it. It was just made to speed up the process, but I didn't see it speed up a lot of process. It just added well, for 3 or 4 people I did, I guess, but there's a lot of people applying out there. And the biggest problem is the province has only got that 385 positions, so that's the whole province. Like, if we're lucky for Cypress County to get 5 positions out of that, that would be huge. So it's a real shot at the wall, and these people are coming in spending $300 just to get their application in to move forward. For something that their chances of winning that lottery of getting one of those 5 spots is very, very low. But there are systems out there that are still, you can still get down the road. It just doesn't speed it up.
By the sounds of it, this doesn't speed it up any either.
Not a whole bunch, no.
It just costs us a lot of money.
I seen how it was supposed to work, but it did, again, the province and the federal government have slowed it down that it doesn't work any faster, so. You know what, maybe that's the case. Even if we give our notice now, we're on that pause until November. So our 6 months won't start until November. And then if something happens after the election, maybe we look at it and say, oh no, we want to stay in. But at least we've done the steps to try and get out of it and do our 6 months notice now, instead of waiting and paying another $6,000 for something we're not going to get anything out of.
Maybe if we do the, like, say we're going to get out of it, maybe if there's enough people that say that, if the government does change, they might look at this and say, oh, well, why are all these people pulling out? Maybe we have to revamp this program. And then, like Dan said, maybe we can get back in it then. But for now, like I said, I'm good with not doing it.
That's your motion?
Sure. Blaine's good.
What department within the province is managing this? Like, I get withdrawing. My nature is to say, hey, when we're up at RMA, let's find out who's overseeing this and see if we can't have a discussion about finding ways to make this more productive versus just pulling out. Like, both may have the same result. I'm just kind of curious if there's ever been any, I don't even quite have a clear understanding as to how this is being managed through the province right now. So we got a guy that's in Medicine Hat and a girl that came from Ontario, right? Like they're running it, but how, like, is it an actual government program or is it like if it's a government program, who's running it within the government, and can we get in front of them and say, hey, we're going to pull out if you guys can't find a way to make this where there's a little bit more opportunity for those that are involved with it. Because having zero, it's like, how do you argue for it?
Actually, my opinion of it, it should be private enterprise that is involved in this, and the lawyers that do it all, it should be the ones that are doing it. Government, our level of government shouldn't be involved in it, because that's my opinion, but I had both hands up over here. Whichever one wants to go first, Al.
Just very quickly to, through the Reeve to Councillor Kerpoit's question, Immigration and Multiculturalism in Alberta is the ministry responsible for that program. And if council was interested, we could certainly attempt to set up a meeting with the ministers of the Reeve, and whoever else would like to attend could actually have a conversation directly with the minister regarding that program and what we've seen the efficacy of that program to be, and is there any potential improvement on that, down the road, any?
Well, I think we heard the stats, and we've participated in the program that is not working, and I believe that we need to pull out and support the many programs that we have in our county, and end of story.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for Michelle to withdraw. Is there any more questions?
So I would be interested in having that conversation. And the reason why, and I respect where the Reeve is coming from when he says that he doesn't think that government or our level of government should be involved in this, but I will point out that during COVID, when we shut everything down at a federal level for foreign workers coming in, it was the municipal governments that stood up and said, no, we're going to have a lot of our farmers, a lot of our greenhouse workers, or a lot of our businesses are going to go under. And the municipal governments actually overturned that through lobbying with the federal government on that. So there is a lot of our businesses, and we talk about economic development, if we want to have businesses that are remaining viable, helping them to have access to markets. Heck, we talk about, we literally, it was one of our questions in our economic development strategy. So there is a role that we can play in it. We don't take over what the immigration lawyers or consultants do, but, it certainly would have had a very different feel during COVID had we not stood up and did that. So I'll be voting to keep it, but also voting to be able to advocate that we improve it as well.
Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. Michelle has the the motion on the floor for us to leave rural renewal. Pardon me?
Give 6 months.
Give the 6 months notice, sorry. Okay, vote. Okay, that's carried. 8.1. Oh, are we changing up here? Sorry, Public Works is on the other page. Mr. Cartwright, get out of the way, please.
Mr. Reeve.
Yep.
Since the conversation was had, and even though we have made the motion to pull it, do we still want to maybe have that meeting with that minister and get some information? Because we can always revert that decision if the correct information is given.
It's the last chance that we'll have as this council anyways.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to make a motion for it, put it on there. I don't.
Unless you want to, Dustin.
I'll go for it.
Sure. I'll make the motion that we direct administration to see if we can set up a meeting with the appropriate ministry during the RMA convention.
Through the chair to Councillor Kerpoit, I don't think there's any chance we'll do that at RMA, given that RMA is 12 days away. But we could certainly try to set up a meeting with the minister either in Edmonton or Calgary. I'm not sure where that minister is located. If he's located in Calgary, it'd be relatively easy. Probably could get something between now and early April, I would imagine.
Okay. Motion is to set up a meeting with the minister. Any questions? Vote. It's carried. 8.1. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, through the chair. Before you now is, we've received an application for a road closure or a cancellation, and administration is seeking approval from council to proceed with the cancellation of road plan 2483 BZ within the southwest quarter of section 241274, as this portion of the road is no longer in use and an alternate route is already in place. And a little bit of history on this location here. The portion of road, or the portion of the quarter section has been sold, and a new owner has applied for a development permit to build a house. Access to this property from Range Road 71 requires traveling across this old road plan. So you can see in red there up on the screen. And this was an old goat trail back in 1914. The road has been in place for quite some time, the developed road north and south on Range Road 71. So this is just a kind of a cleanup from the road construction from years ago, that our practice today when we build a road in straight, we'll always cancel the old portions and return that to title. So this closure is in line with the MGA Section 22 for road cancellation and closures, and it also is in line with policy R15, closure of cancellation of roads. This also is reference to our strategic plan under balanced financial strategy, under asset management, ensuring the legal land fabric is effectively and efficiently managed. So pretty straightforward one today. I do have a recommended motion that council approve the cancellation of road plan 2483 BZ and its consolidation to title, subject to ministerial approval from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, with all associated costs be borne by the applicant. Does council have any questions?
Dustin?
Can we see it on a map? Just because I don't know where it is.
Yep. And through the chair, I had a look at this location. There's no remnants of the road there. It's all grassed in, and it's been like that for quite some time. So it's just a matter of paperwork cleanup. Yeah, both portions. It's one road plan that has those two pieces in the same road plan. So the portion's in red.
Makes sense.
Okay. Lane's making the motion. Any questions on it? Vote. Oh. Didn't we see it up there?
Yep.
And the road isn't there, it's.
Wrote it down all at home, never got it.
It's like an emergency, emergent. Emerging care center. Have you figured out where it is yet, Dustin?
I just want to see it on a map. Usually when we get these, we always get an actual map of it.
Correct, correct.
That's that, yeah, okay. That's right through that coulee.
You're good on it?
Yep.
Okay. Vote. That's carried. That's the only, you get away with one thing? What the heck? Okay. CAO report for information, just questions on it, I guess.
I have nothing.
Thank you through the chair. The attached are before you for council's information, the draft MPC minutes, draft ASB minutes, Buffalo Trail Wind Power Project, and the root cellar. Thank you.
Any questions on them? Not seeing any. Dustin's moving all those for information. Vote. Carried. Reeve and council reports. Okay, so I got a couple things from our MLA this weekend. Instead of sending them out, I thought I'd wait till today. Few good things, actually, that came out in the budget. Supposed to be 8 emerging care centers coming out in Alberta. I think one was Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, North Edmonton, South Edmonton, North Calgary, South Calgary, Lethbridge, and one is coming to Cypress County. So, very good news. It hasn't been decided where yet, but boy, we got a nice corner that would look good with an emerging care center on that, wouldn't it?
I was thinking of some nice lots.
Another thing, and everybody's invited tomorrow at 1:15 at the scale for our premier, and 2 other ministers are going to be there. They're announcing tomorrow on the $3 million for the scale and for sheriffs for the area, for the border.
What time is that, 1:15?
1:15 tomorrow. And then the other thing that was done, and it doesn't say Cypress County, but it says southeastern Alberta. And it's for $4 million put out there for mapping of waterways. So it should be for our area. So there's quite a bit going on, come out of the budget for this area. So it's good. We're making enough noise. They're recognizing we're down here. But that's and
Helps with the premiers.
Yeah. I was gonna say that too.
I was trying to be polite. And what else did I do? Well, I did the landfill. We discussed that in camera. A couple other small meetings, nothing major, but that was it for me. Lloyd?
Just a couple of meetings. We had the library meeting here, and of course the landfill meeting, and then had another tour with our CAO there. Got to go to Elkwater Colony and meet some of the boys and take a good tour around. I got to sit in the back seat for a while. Yeah. And just got some phone calls about some roads up there and some building projects, but other than that, it's been pretty good.
Now you know what it's like to lock those other guys in the back seat all those years.
I'm glad you made the comment so I didn't have to.
Dustin?
Not a whole bunch for me, not much for meetings, had a tour with our CEO as well and seen the Seven Persons area. Dealt with a pile of flooding calls and whatnot from the fast melt we have, and very big thank you to Ken and your crew for helping me out with that, and that was it for me.
Michelle?
I had several FCSS meetings, or FCSS AA meetings. I had one, a financial review. Then I had a meeting with the RMA on advocacy and one on a policy meeting. Then I also had a short grass meeting, and I think that I had sent out the priorities, provincial priorities due to libraries. I think I sent that to all council, whether you read it or not. But and then I had the water melt, or the snow melting, but in my area, it was too much snow. And the melt came on quick, and thanks to Ken and his quick work, and we have the snow cleared off. And other than that, yeah, I think that was about it.
Richard?
Excuse me. Last Tuesday, the 25th, I had a Verge meeting in the morning, and in the afternoon, I had a Community Futures executive meeting. And that was it.
Whoa, that's pretty short for you.
Well, it's called not answering the phone.
I was ready. I was waiting. Yeah, on the 19th, I had a Stampede meeting, as I'm the new liaison from the county to go to their meetings. Wasn't a very huge productive meeting. The main focus was just committee reports and the announcement of their night show acts that are coming in. So yeah, it wasn't too informative really. Also had a library meeting with Lloyd there where he discussed the budget, and both Graham and Irvin libraries are doing very well. Progress is also being established to a program to allow donations to the libraries for some income tax purposes. So hopefully that can be done in the next little while for people that want to donate to those libraries. Also had a ASB meeting on the 24th where we approved some donations and went through a bunch of the policies, as you can read in the package here. I also like the kudos to Ken with the recent runoff. It was very welcome, something we haven't had since 2011, I don't think, down in our neck of the woods that much, that's for sure. So they did a great job of looking after any of the issues that were there, so thanks to them guys.
Sounds like you had a busy couple of weeks.
Robin?
Nothing to report.
Keith?
And really nothing to report since the last council.
All right. That's the way you guys are going to be. They're trying to show you how to be really short.
Yeah. I'm impressed.
I'm so impressed with how short Richard's was.
Well, there's other stuff, but it's,
Okay. Since you didn't get to talk much, do you want to move the reports?
sure. I'll move the reports.
Any questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. All right. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.